right. Let me send out notifications. Ooh. Here we go. What should I say? Debugging snail game. Sure. Why not? Why does it make it that large? Discord just like completely blows up the little embedded link thing. It's weird. What should I say in the main server? Let's say, investigating, quantum powering. Sure, sounds good. Yeah, I don't know. It feels weird when it adds the giant embedded link thing. I don't like that it takes up that much room. It makes it feel like I'm more important than everything else going on in that chat. Feels weird, man. Feels weird. Okay. So what I'd like to be able to do today is, as the title would suggest, we are investigating a bug in Will You Snail. Let me actually launch the game. That might help here. So I have been talking a very small amount. I will say it's been a very small amount of talking, but I've been talking with RGC about getting the code for this game. Now, I know there's like a tool or whatever that we can use to look at like the entire source code, which we might end up doing. Don't know how much work that's going to be. Might end up doing that, but at least for now, I could stay over there. At least for now, we're just gonna go off of a couple of code snippets. So let me do this. Okay. So I am currently in the most recent version of the game. Yeah, 2.12. And I should have, I did this a while ago, but I should have is it this one? Should have, so Glitch made an example of the quantum powering. Okay, this is not it. And I thought I had obtained that, but maybe not. Oh, is this it? Also, this is the first time I'm playing the game with my new keyboard. It feels weird. Okay, yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is an example of quantum powering. Okay, so I guess the first time you hit the button... Oh. Yeah, this is all kinds of weird. It's like when I first hit the button, you can see it doesn't, for some reason it doesn't go to the gate on the right. And then as soon as the door opens fully, it just doesn't go to this second one either. Okay. But anyway, so the point is we have that. Can I make a copy of this campaign? Because I don't think I can edit this one, right? I think this is... how do I... okay. Go away. Yeah, I thought there was an option to like make a copy of the thing. There's just continue level settings. Do I have to go into a different campaign? Let's try this one. Yo, what's up, Glitch? How's it going? Is this a good level to enter? Okay, this is fine. Level editor, here we go. Campaigns. Okay, so I've got this one. That's not the one that I selected. Quantum? It won't let me select Quantum. That's still not Quantum. Quantum. Nope. Quantum. It refuses to select it. Am I missing something here? Core sent you their level 2. Which one? It's been probably months since I've looked at any of this stuff. Let me select the quantum. Am I actually doing something wrong? Hard Levy. Which one was that? I do remember trying that one. Hard Levy. Create a new one so Quantum isn't at the end. That's a good idea. Oh, yeah, this one. I don't remember what you were supposed to do here. Like that. Oh, this was the one with like it was harder to do on the right side because of the keyboard, right? Or is that a different level that I'm thinking of? Whoops. I don't remember. Anyway. Yeah, let's try making a new campaign. Computer. Computer, give me a new campaign. What? Okay. Campaigns. Can I select it now? No. New. My new campaign. Last place. It still won't let me select it. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. Make a local copy. What? It duplicated the winter. No, what is going on? Why did it duplicate the winter event? Now it won't let me select the duplicated winter event. No, this is cool. This game is awesome and not bug free. Oh, okay, let me select it. Delete. I don't think it actually deleted it. Oh wait, I have to hit it twice, right? Yeah, okay, my bad. That was a skill issue. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, we're in business. I don't know what just happened. It won't let me select dupe. It won't let me select it again. Last place, move down. It won't move down. What is happening, dude? Can I at least enter the level? Okay. What is happening? Wait, no, Core added the sliders? Or removed them, I don't know. I got Hard Levy a couple days ago. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, we're infinite now. So yeah, I got a slightly more code to look at. So we're going to be trying to do that. Is it community levels? This is my first campaign. Okay, so that's probably not it. Thumbnail. Okay, so this looks like what we're looking at, right? Level 1. Oh, I guess that's just like default text. Okay. Dupe Quantum. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Perfect. I realize that this is probably not super easy to see on stream. I apologize. I can zoom in. There we go. Dupe Quantum. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. This is the save file. Let's open this with... I'm just gonna actually copy paste this into this folder. So now it'll show up in my IDE. Okay. We're getting places. We're getting places. So, we've got the save file of this level, which displays quantum powering in a very strange way, but we'll get to that. Anchor. Okay, yeah. I have to remind myself of the terminology here. So really what we're looking for are what? AND gates, anchor, door, button, wire. Okay. So, according to RGC, in the message that they sent me, this code here is user event 13. which in this piece of code, so this piece of code was what we looked at a while ago. So if I go event user 13. So supposedly this function call executes this script. And I have not looked at this script yet. So we'll look at that in a second here. There's 3 instances. What about event underscore user? There's 3 instances? Okay, well, so this is user event 0, 13, and 13. Okay, so both of these event user 13, those are both supposedly this script. So this along with the save file information. Now, based on the way that the wires get saved, I assume, and okay, not only because of the way that wires get saved, but because of just the formatting of the file, I assume that when a save file gets loaded into the game, it gets loaded basically from top to bottom. In other words, if this AND gate on the left appears earlier in the save file, then it will be loaded in first compared to like the AND gate in the middle, which is important potentially, because if we have something like this, we've got this with statement, obj powerable parent, and then some code inside. From what I understand, what this is actually going to do is it's going to loop over every object in the scene. It's going to check to see if it is an obj powerable parent or like a descendant of this obj powerable parent. And then it's going to run this code from the scope of that object. So the order in which these objects get loaded in is potentially important because of this, because it's going to loop over all the objects. So the ones that appear earlier in the save file are going to have this code run first. So that's why we've got the save file. So let's actually try and run through this line by line to see what exactly is going to happen. So let's actually figure out... can I take a screenshot of this real quick? Okay. Save that to projects. Blue Snail Investigation. Yeah, save it here. Let's call it Quantum Level. Okay. All right, cool. So it's here now. Perfect. Let's maybe try opening it up in GIMP so that I can draw on the screenshot. Whatever. Open. Let's go project coding Blue Snail Investigation. This one. Open. Okay. You know what? Let's actually make a copy of this. And I'm going to rename it to dash markup. So this will be the one that we can actually draw on. And I'll just close out of this one. Okay. So the reason I want to do this is so that I can label each of these objects in the order that they appear in the save file. Do I have a text thing? Tools, paint tools, text. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, okay. So I can add text. Can I add a layer here? New layer. Main, sure, why not? Okay. So I can preserve this layer if I need to. All right. Let's take a look at the save file now. And again, we only really care about the wires, which are all the way down at the bottom. So those are obviously going to be last. And gate, door, and button. And gate, door, button, and anchor are what we care about. So let's take a look. So anchor is line 641. I just want to see what's first. You know what? I'll put a comment here. That's probably not actually how GML works, but whatever. Just so I can search for the word here later, and then I don't have to worry about it. Okay. And gate. Okay, this is just quick slots, so that's not exactly what I'm looking for. Is this what I'm looking for? This seems like what I'm looking for. Just to make sure this anchor was... Oh, wait, was that not the right spot? Maybe that was not the right spot. Yo, what's up, Segenderman? How's it going? Make sure you aren't looking at the tool data accidentally. That's a good point. What you doing? We are investigating quantum powering. So I've got this level open, and if I were to hit this button, you can see it's connected to the AND gate on the left, which is connected to the middle AND gate, which is connected to the right AND gate. You would expect that because each of these has a requirement of 1, that as soon as I press the button, the first one will light up, which will light up the second one, which will light up the third one, right? Because they all just have a requirement of 1. But if I hit it, you can see it doesn't reach the one on the right. Now, when the door actually opens, you can see the AND gate on the left still says that it has its requirement met, but it's not passing the power along to the AND gate in the middle. So, we are trying to figure out why that is the case. I've got the save file of this level. I made a copy of the save file, so I've got it open right here. I've got a couple of pieces of source code that I obtained from RGC. And so we are currently trying to figure out basically the order in which each of these objects gets loaded in. That way we can basically go through line by line and try and figure out why the powering is being weird. Okay. So potentially the anchor is not here. By the way, I'm just going to say this because I didn't know, but this dot up here is called an anchor. So we're looking for anchors, AND gates, doors, and buttons right now. Okay. So what exactly is this list here? Because I don't think this is the right list that we need to be looking at. How far do I need to scroll up? So there should only be one anchor. right? Okay, we've got quick slots, right? Required power 1, anchor 0116. That doesn't seem right. Okay, this seems more right because these are the XY coordinates. I think. Power generator visible. Yeah, and then puzzle reset button is a different object. So this in theory. Wait, what is this thing up here? These are the AND gates. Okay. So this is the list of AND gates. This is the list of anchors, which there's only one in the level, right? 3 AND gates, 1 anchor. Okay. So let me add a thing here. Would understanding how this works help with high-end level making or something? The main reason that I'm looking into this is because I wanted to make a computer in Will You Snail, and quantum powering, in other words, this weirdness here, is causing massive headaches. So that's why I'm looking into it. I'm sure other people would enjoy just knowing how this works. But yeah. It would be 10 times easier if I understood how this operates. I spent enough time fighting quantum power to be able to know when it comes into play. The main thing we're looking for is the why. Yeah, exactly. Also, do you have any good tips for learning stenography properly? I have a weird way to touch type that kind of works. Do not ask me. I cannot help with that. I'm sorry. The stuff I learned helped make 64X possible without intense lag. I'm not ever going back to finish building it, but it's possible. Of course, it's for a computer. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay. So AND gates come first, then anchors. Reg button? Is that what it's called? Reg button. Okay, this seems right, because again, these look like coordinates, and this looks like a rotation angle. Whoops. So I'm going to assume that that's what this is. Okay, so the button gets loaded in first, then the 3 AND gates, and then the anchor. What about the door? Because that might matter. Door speed, door. Okay, again, these look like coordinates. Or maybe this is a coordinate and this is a rotation? I don't know. This looks correct. Also, it's kind of funny that this is called door speed and not just speed. Okay. But this is 1587. So now if I search for here, I can go in order. So 1587, and then the button, and then the AND gate, and then the anchor. Okay, so the door gets loaded in first. Let's open this guy up. Let me slap in here some text. Please make it red so it's visible. That's not red. What did I do wrong here? What? I have to select the color before I type? I can't just... I mildly dislike GIMP. Okay. Okay, what did I just say? The door gets loaded in first. Okay, door, you are number 1. That's not what I wanted to select. Why is it? What is it doing? What am I doing? Am I... What? I just want to move the 1. I just want to move the one. What is happening? Okay, you know what? I'm using my mouse to draw. I don't care. What is happening? Okay, give me a smaller thing. Okay, you know what? That's fine. Here we go. 1. Okay. Easy. GIMP is great and terrible. It has amazing features, but lacks very basic ones too. If I could just understand how to use the features, it would be so much better. Like, I'm sure it's great. I just cannot figure it out. Is there a way to manipulate loading order, placing items earlier versus later? I don't know, because the save file itself does not keep track of the order in which, well, no, I take that back. It does. I'm wrong. Sorry. But like, if you were to place in a door and then a button, the door loads in first and then the button does. If you were to place a button and then a door, because they're two different objects, the door still loads in first. So if you place in multiple doors, then the order that you place them does matter. If you place two different objects, then it will always load in the same order, regardless of the order you placed them in. Sorry, I was wrong there. So the door will always load in first, and it doesn't matter how many doors you place or when you place in this door, it will always load in before every other object. Yo, it says you reached a 3-stream streak. Nice. Also, hey, what's up, Glortax? How's it going? I've watched 3 streams in a row, apparently. Nice. The third one must have been a really long time ago. We are doing some investigation. I will try to do an explanation here again. So basically, this is the wiring system in Will You Snail. These square-looking things are AND gates, and they have a requirement of 1, which means that if they receive a single power source, they will pass on the power source. What is supposed to happen is if they receive 2 power sources, they will not pass on the power, because these are specifically set as a requirement of 1. If they were set as a requirement of 2, then they would only pass along a power source if they received exactly 2 power sources themselves. Right? Okay. Problem is, if I hit this button directly to my left, it's going to send power to the AND gate on the left, which you would assume sends power to the AND gate in the middle, and then sends it to the one on the right. And this dot up here doesn't do anything. It's just there to receive a wire link. It doesn't do anything. Or at least it shouldn't do anything. But you can see if I hit this button, for some reason the signal does not get passed on to the far right AND gate, despite the fact that this requirement is clearly met. So, I have some source code that I have obtained illegally through totally legitimate means. And I have the save file for the level, for this level. So, we are looking through all of this information, trying to figure out why it is behaving in a way that I don't understand. Okay. So, first the door loads in, then the buttons. Question is... Oh, then the button. Sorry, I'm ahead of myself. I'm getting ahead of myself. So the button loads in second. Cool. Okay. Then the AND gates load in. So now let's try and figure out what order the AND gates load in. And it looks like it's left to right. If I'm reading this correct, this should be the X coordinate of the AND gate. So 800, 900, 1000. So it's left to right, it looks like. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, I see. Yeah, so required power. So this is the data for a single AND gate. You've got what I assume is X, Y, rotation, some other information, whether or not it's visible, and what its required power is. And then here you've got the second one. Again, X, Y, rotation, some other information, and then here's this third one. And Glitch was the one that made this level, so maybe they can give some insight, but I believe it's left to right is the order that they placed it in. Is all this for the purpose of creating a computer in the level editor? Yes. If the game is Turing complete, it is a societal obligation to make a computer in it somehow. We've already had Bad Apple and Will You Snail. I do not remember the placement order. Okay. I am willing to bet it is left to right. But yeah, so when I was talking to RGC, it sounded like somebody else had already made a computer and they just didn't have any information about it. I guess they at one point had a video, but I can't find it anywhere. And I think they might have taken it down. Don't know. But apparently somebody early on when the level editor was still being made, somebody made a computer. So I might not be the first one to do it. But I would like to accomplish it nonetheless because I think it would be funny. Okay, so we're just going left to right here. Please forgive me, I am doing this with a mouse. Okay. And then lastly, the anchor loads in. Shucks. Okay. I don't think any of this other information is relevant, but I guess we'll find out. Is your end goal to run Doom in Will You Snail? I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Will You Snail is powerful enough to run Doom inside of, but maybe. It's like even when I try to optimize for performance, an 8-bit computer is still very laggy. I think even with 16 bytes of memory, it's still pretty on edge. I know someone made a 1-bit plus 1-bit calculator in the super early editor days. I don't believe you it can run on anything. I mean, I can show you. Hang on. Computer, here we go. Let's how do I notes game overview? No, don't do that. Isn't there a way to show FPS? Achievements clock? Settings. In-game. Show performance top left. Let's do bottom left. Bottom left. Did that do anything? FPS single value. Back to game. Oh, it's very, very tiny. Holy. Okay, hang on. Can I... Let's make it bigger. Okay, that's still very small. I apologize. I think... Whoops. Yeah, that is as big as I can possibly make it. But okay, let's go into 64 bytes. This is just straight up 64 bytes. Literally, there's literally nothing else in this level except for raw memory. 64 bytes of memory. Let's see what happens. Oh, okay, never mind. We're actually at 60 FPS. I was wrong. You can make a full computer. You can run Doom. Completely. Is it this one? Oh yeah, here we go. Now we're down to 28. This is every circuit that I've made for the computer all wired up and have everything visible, which very much lags the thing. I think this is the version without everything visible. Yeah, and this is 60 FPS. Okay, so maybe it could. Maybe. It's time to bring out the computer architecture knowledge from university. Yeah, I mean, you take one digital circuits class and then they teach you how to build a whole computer. That class actually was really fun because you could they gave you breadboards and you could actually wire everything up together. It was pretty cool. Just using video overlay, nah. Steam overlays, fine. You touted me, SMH. I did. I'm sorry. You were right. Did you add an FPS counter when there's already one in game? Yes, because I didn't actually show this part. Because I forgot, but you just reminded me. If I go into this, no, that's the invisible version. Did I have 64 bytes that were like visible? Register file. Hang on, let me go into level editor here. Level 6, level 5, level 7. Here we go. No. Was it level 8? Did I delete it? Maybe I deleted it. There was one level. Okay, yeah, see, I'm down to 38 FPS. The reason I have it is because it shows you the FPS in the editor itself. Because the FPS in the editor is not the same as when you actually play the level. So if I go into the full visible... 25. Okay, yeah, so you can see some of the circuits that I laid out here. Here's the main memory. These are just 16 bytes. This is just a couple of instructions. I think I was messing around with stuff, so I don't actually have the full ALU hooked up. Yeah, this is like very bare. I kind of destroyed a lot of stuff, but Yeah. Anyway, that's why I turned on the FPS because the FPS in the editor is different. Omega Meteor? Is that how you pronounce your name? What's up? How's it going? We are attempting to figure out how some weirdness works in this game. What are y'all calling quantum power? Good question. So, I don't know. Being that you are a first-time chatter, I don't know how familiar you are with this. Oh, that? Okay. So you're familiar. So you're familiar. Just upgrade your PC so Will You Snail can run Doom. That's actually not a bad idea. Digital circus class. Circuits. Digital while also giving you a breadboard is interesting. I mean, digital in the sense that you're working with ones and zeros and not like a range of different what is it, voltages? Is that the right word? I don't know. It's beautiful. Stone, how long did this take to make? That circuit itself didn't take too long because I scripted it. At one point, I figured out a lot more details about how a save file is put together, and I put together a script so that I can arbitrarily generate save files with exactly the placement of things that I need. So it was a lot easier to just make a bunch of for loops that place things all over the place where I need them. I'm the one who programmed the XOR gates and wrote most of the current power wire systems. No way. Yes, voltages. Okay, cool. Okay. Cool. So, when I complain about this, I know I'm complaining to the right person. Right, so I have just listed out the order in which the objects are loaded into the game, at least from what I understand. Let's now attempt to run through this line by line and see what happens. Excuse me. So queue update, yeah, sure. Is corrupted, sure. Update distances to generators. So I have looked at this before. And as far as I can tell, there's no real issues with this. There's nothing like that. There's nothing that jumps out. From what I understand, where is it? Like, yeah, it's just got this distance to generator thing. So like, let me go to my image here. So like anytime, or for what I understand, anytime this system gets updated, that's what this is, right? It's breadth first search based on the distance between the current object and any power source. The complication comes from the XOR gates, which essentially causes second breadth first search run after the first one. Okay. But I don't think that there was any issues with this function here. Again, it's been a while since I've looked at this, but from what I remember, this was like perfectly fine. This worked exactly how I expected it to. And this is used where again? Oh, I'm blind. It's literally right there. Okay. Okay, so this update power grid gets called, I guess, if like this variable is detected to be true. So I assume there's some code elsewhere that basically checks to see if this is true, and if it is, then it calls this function. And so if like a button is pressed or something, it can call this function to cue the update, which sets this to true, and then, I don't know, at the start of every frame or something, then it checks to see that. Okay. So now this with thing, which, if you were there the previous time that I talked about this code, there is a potential issue that I don't think is actually causing quantum powering, but there's a potential issue with using this with thing here. Yep, so it doesn't run on every frame, just when things change in optimization. Yeah, exactly. I'm with you there. I'm with you there. So this with obj powerable parent, I assume that every object in here is a child of the powerable parent. Meaning the button, the anchor, the 3 AND gates, and the door. I would assume. Every puzzle object is, yes. Okay, cool. So then the order... So, again, this is, from what I understand, this is effectively a loop that goes over every single object, checks to see if it's a child or equivalent to the powerable parent, and then executes this code. So this code is going to be executed first on the door, then on the button, then on the AND gates from left to right, and then on the anchor. Yup, okay. Cool. So we've got this powered prev equals powered, which comes from... Oh, okay, I guess that's just like the previous state. And then we just initialize powered to be false, sure. So if this object is an AND gate, which, okay, we're just going line by line. First things first, we're looking at the door here. So this is going to be false, so we can skip over that. If it's not a power generator, is a door a power generator? I'm going to assume a door is not a power generator. Please correct me if I'm wrong. A door is not. Okay. So we continue. So we move on to the next object here. And so maybe it'll help actually if... give me a green. Give me a green here. Okay. Let me put the distance to power generator on each of these objects, because again, as far as I can tell, that part works perfectly fine. So this thing is a power generator. How does this deal with things that are a power generator? It just sets its distance to 0. Okay. Makes sense. Yo. So this is 0. This then I think is 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. I believe is how that works. There's a property on the powerable objects to allow power pass through. The door uses that, if I remember correctly. Okay. I don't know if that thing is in this script. So if that is a thing, then I have no idea about it. But I trust you. Okay, back to this. So we skipped past the door. We set it's powered to false. Now, I don't know what it was previously, but I'm going to assume it was also false, right? We're in this state. There's no power going anywhere, so I'm just going to assume that the door's powered variable is going to be false when we hit the button. Powered prev is set to false, powered is set to false, and then... Yo? Hello? I'm getting spammed with yo? Okay. So the doors, powered prev and powered are both false. We're moving on to, what, the button? Yeah, the button. Okay. So we get to the button. The button is not an AND gate. I assume the button is a power generator. At least at the time that we press it. Right? Because if it's just like this and we're leaving it alone, then... you know, this code isn't going to run in the first place. So at the time that we press it, I assume it's going to be powered. Yep. Okay, cool. If should draw wires and it's not previously powered. Oh, okay. That's just playing a sound. Don't care about that. Okay, DS list add other LI powered and ID. So this LI powered is this guy. I believe when you're inside of a width scope, the other refers to the thing like outside the width scope. So effectively it would be like the object that's currently running this function. Correct. Cool. I'm gonna be trying to confirm that as much as possible because A, I don't have GameMaker, and B, it's been like 8 years since I've used GameMaker. So I'm just I'm making sure I understand how this works. Okay. So we're adding... Oh, I see. Okay, so we're just passing in the array, and then we're actually adding the ID of the thing we're working with, which at this point is the button. Okay, so this list, at this point in time, has the ID of the button. What are you using for your game? What do you mean? Okay, if... Oh, I see. Power may flow through. Okay. Yeah, that's what you were talking about earlier. So if we're not allowing power to flow through, or it's corrupted, then continue. I would assume that a button, this is set to false. I don't think buttons allow power to go through them in any scenario. Weren't you making a game? What engine does it use? Oh, yeah. So the game A Part of You is like the quote-unquote main game that I've started a couple of side projects that have long been forgotten, but the main game does not have a game engine currently. I did a whole stream where I was trying to figure out like what resources I would use for it. And I think the conclusion that I made was I kind of wanted to do a lot of stuff myself. Power may flow through equals power generator. So a button has its power may flow through set to true? That's hardcore. I do like Godot though. You might be able to see the icon on my taskbar here, but I've used that for previous projects. So I would recommend that one. Really? This is true for a button? Okay, so then we move on, I guess. And then here, so here's one of the things that I pointed out last time. This does not have the var keyword. So this I variable is scoped to the instance instead of local. Which, again, I don't think has any negative consequences, but we should keep that in mind just in case. Li power connections. So we're talking about the button here. So the only thing that it's connected to is this far left AND gate. DS list size, which is just 1. So we're going to do this exactly once. Power connection. Power connection is also an instance scoped variable? Interesting. DS list find value, Li power connections, index I. Okay, yeah, sure. So this is just the actual thing inside of this list. Okay, if power connection dot powered. Dot powered, okay. So we're assuming in this situation, yes, because otherwise the power wouldn't be able to go to the next object. Okay. Gotcha. I guess I was just confused about that, but that does make some sense. The way that I would interpret a variable called that is like, okay, if this gate on the left was powered and we were talking about the gate in the middle and that variable was set to true, I would assume it would let the power pass to the right. Right? Like you're just sort of like letting it go. But okay. So in this scenario, we're assuming that we have like immediately just hit the button, right? We hit the button, whatever the next frame or the current frame, I don't know the order of operations here, but like we have just pressed the button. Which means that this powered variable on this gate on the left is false. If it is powered, we continue. Otherwise, so we get to this part, and we're adding something to this again. Excuse me. So we have already added the button ID, and we are now adding the power connection, which I assume is an ID as well. This Li power connections, I would assume, is a list of IDs. And then that's everything for the button. So we come back to the start of the loop. Okay. So this Li powered is the button ID and the left AND gate ID. Should I keep the same naming convention? We'll go button ID and left AND gate ID. Okay, so that's what it currently contains. Can you show what happens when you just stand on the button? Yeah. It's like when you initially jump on it, the one in the middle lights up, but the one on the right does not. And then if you let the door go, it just stops sending power to the one in the middle. Despite the fact that the leftmost gate still says that it has its power met. Okay, so we're on to the next iteration of this loop, which at this point in time, we've done the door, we've done the button. So we are now on to the leftmost AND gate. Oops. Okay. So we're on to the leftmost AND gate. Both of these are set to false. We are an AND gate this time, Okay, important. Powered connections equals 0. Interesting. Okay, I don't think I've seen that variable before. Okay, power generator equals false. Sure. If require exact, then we're pushing the ID onto exact counters. I am going to assume that an AND gate with a requirement of 1 is going to have require exact set to true. I believe in this case, XOR gates are processed after others. The door is processed before the XOR gate. I think the door allowing power through makes it so the XOR gate has 2 connections, which I think stops it. I'm not very sure at all. That's what I would assume. I agree with you. But also the fact that the 1 doesn't actually update. But then, like, I feel like it gets... never mind. That was... whatever. Okay, we'll just keep going here. We'll get to the bottom of this one line of code at a time. Okay. Require exact. Again, I'm going to assume that that's true for any AND gate that has a requirement of 1. And I was hoping... oh, yeah, it's literally the first line in this file. Okay, I'm dumb. Yup, there it is. Okay. All right. Okay. So we've got this array called exact counters. And we're adding the ID of the leftmost AND gate. Exact counters. So we've got left and gate ID. Okay. Why am I searching for that? Don't do that. All right, cool. So it is not a power generator, and its powered connections have been set to false. Okay, it is not a power generator, so when we hit this, we go to the next AND gate. Interesting. Okay. Sure. Okay, so next on the list is the middle AND gate, right? Again, these are both set to false. This stuff happens, and then it's pushed to this array. Okay, I see. So this is middle AND gate ID, and then finally right AND gate ID. We'll just skip ahead a little bit here. Okay, so this contains the IDs of the AND gates from left to right. Not sure that the order matters, but we'll see. And then we get to, what was last on my list? The anchor? Yeah, we get to the anchor. This might be a more complicated one here. Potentially, we'll see. So... okay. I may or may not need some more context here. I see. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I think this makes sense. Just trying to think of the truth table here. I'm like 99% sure that this logic works. I just want to map it out here. No, never mind. Never mind. That should work. It's my time to rest. Good night. All right. Have a good night. I appreciate you being here. Sleep well. This should work, right? Because if require exact is false, this is never going to run. And then it only matters that I mean, I'm still 99% confident that this is perfectly fine logic. I'm just questioning why it was written like this, because it seems a little bit weird. It's like, okay, just for my own sanity, I'm gonna, okay, so this is gonna be this thing. Okay, so we're just gonna assign that to A. A. B is gonna be this. So then we can say should I make this be like C or something? What just happened? Why are we Chinese Big Five char set? All I wanted was the letter C. Okay. And then we'll have this be D. Okay. Oop. Nope. Give me over here. D. Okay. So I need like 4 of them. Something like that. 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. Whoops. 0, 0, 1, 1. Okay, let's do it this way. This might be easier. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay. And this is probably not entirely accurate because these two are very similar conditions. Okay. Require exact is the XOR part. Yeah. I just want to make sure that this actually produces the results that I think it will, because I don't know, the way that this is laid out looks weird to me, and it's throwing me off. Okay. So let's assume require exact is false. A is also false, meaning that the powered connections is less than the required power. So this is false. It's going to immediately skip over that if statement. This has to also be false. Right? This cannot be true if this is false. Okay, that's a good point. C cannot be true if A is false, which eliminates this possibility. Okay. Okay, so in this first scenario, this is false. We immediately go into this, which is also false. So we don't even care about required exact. We just automatically set this to false because it was false by default. Okay. Again, A and C are both false, which means we don't even care about require exact. It's always going to be false. If A is true and require exact is false, that's going to be true. So it's going to be set to true. And we don't care about the other stuff. If this is true and this is true, so we're going to skip over this one and we go to this one. So B, wait, hang on, I might have done that wrong. So this one's in this previous thing here. So this is true. Require exact is false. Yeah, so that can set to true. Okay. So this is true. B is false, so it gets set to true again. A is true, but B is true, so this gets skipped over. And then C is false, so this also gets skipped over and results in a 0. And then this is true, which means this gets skipped over because we're not. And then this is true, and this is true, so it gets set to true. Okay. So then the only scenarios in which powered is true is if powered connections is greater than or equal to required power and required exact is false. Sure. If this is true and B is true, I feel like that makes sense, right? Being 100% honest, I would not be surprised at all if you found a logic error somewhere. I haven't been able to figure out a good solution for this and would love to get a fix for this pushed. I'm doing my best here. Like, again, I'm pretty sure this logic checks out. It's just, I feel like it's written a little bit strange. So, like, so, like, if we were to say if, I mean, I guess we don't need the things here. If we were to say, like, if powered connections exactly equals required power, if this is the case, we don't even care about required exact. We can just say powered equals true. Right? If we have exactly the same, if we have exactly the required power, we don't care. So then the only other scenarios, right, is if the powered connections is less than the required power, in which case, you know, powered is always going to be false, which we can't actually do in this order because these if statements are weird. So we would have to do this last, right? Like powered equals false. And then here, the only other scenario is if powered connections is greater than required power, in which case powered is effectively equal to not this, right? Whoops. Did not mean to press that. right? Because we only want this to be powered if we don't require the exact amount. Stone is just fixing bugs for free. I'm trying to make a computer here, man. I gotta be, you know, very detailed here. I don't know. That's probably not even a better way of writing it, but I think this is okay. I think this logic is good. Anyway. Yeah, let me take a look at this for loop just in case. What are we doing here? What? We're looping through powered connections. We're testing to see if the object exists. Somehow a connected object has been destroyed. Please report this message if you see this shouldn't be happening. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so if the object is powered and the object's power may flow through. Huh? Or the object is a power generator. Okay, so this is specific to an AND gate, I guess. So okay, I see. Counting number of powered connections. That check is just a sanity check. Should never be false. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Power may flow through. I mean, you said earlier that like this, is this only for AND gates, or is this for every powerable object? Is this statement true? Because if so, I'm not even sure why we have this second bit part of the condition. Right? Because if power may flow through is exactly the same as powered, then we don't even need this bit. Because if this is true, then this is also going to be true always. I think it's just true for most objects. Okay. Okay. I feel like we got a little bit sidetracked there, but maybe that's not a bad thing. Okay. So now we're on to the anchor. So both of these get set to false. It is not an AND gate. And I would assume that it's not a power generator. I'm going to assume it's an anchor is not a power generator. Okay. So we now have these two lists. Oops, stop. Okay. Array sort. Exact counters. Oh, interesting. Okay. Not sure. Let me see if I can check. Thank you. Okay, so I assume this just takes an array and then a comparison function. And what's the typical syntax for comparisons? For comparison functions? Is it like a negative number means that A is less than B. I don't remember. I'm trying to install the GameMaker ID Ubuntu Beta on NixOS so I can use the debugger. Oh no. You don't have to do any of this, by the way. This is... I greatly appreciate any information you can give me, but I promise you this is... You do not have to do any of this. You know what? Let me just look up the documentation. GML array sort. I'll be a good programmer. I'll read the docs. All right, let's see. Just hide that. Okay, with this function, you can sort an array, sure. Using a custom function. If you use a custom function for sorting, it must take two arguments which will receive the values of the current element and the next element respectively. The values of the current element and the next element. What do you mean the next element? The function should return any of the following values to affect the sort order where current is the current element as next is the next element. If current and next are equal, 0, less than or equal to -1. If current goes before next, okay. And then positive if it goes after, okay. The value returned by your custom function must be an integer. Floating points less than 1 will be read as 0. Okay, I don't think that's going to be an issue here. When your custom function returns 0 for a pair of elements, or the pair is equal when using ascending descending order, the order of that pair may not be preserved as the sorting algorithm uses qsort used at the sorting algorithm used qsort is not stable. Okay. Sure. Okay. I think I got the information that I wanted, right? So, okay. I assume... Hang on. Qsort. Flashbang. Sorry. Does this site not have a dark mode? Okay, there we go. But it's fun and I can help more like this. And you doing this is possibly going to help me, so... Alright. The qsort in C is a library function used to sort. Yeah, sure. Okay, I know that it's a sorting algorithm. I want to know how it works. Don't tell me how to use it in the C programming language. Tell me how it works. This is... CPP, please, help me out here. Wiki. Qsort is a C standard library function that implements a sorting algorithm for arrays of arbitrary objects continued in Wikipedia. Wikipedia, please. Please help me. I don't want to know the history. I don't. Okay. Following piece of code shows how to sort a list of integers using qsort. Okay. This is not like an implementation. This is like how to actually use qsort. This is not helpful at all. I would like to know which two objects are going to be passed into this function here? Whatever. Maybe we can figure this out without needing to know that exact information. Okay, so distance to generator, which I have written in my little thing here. Whoops. Okay, so if these are not equal to each other, we are returning the second element's distance minus the first element's distance. In our case, all three of them do not have the same distance to generator. They all have different ones. So this is always going to be the first thing that triggers. Right? Exact counters. We're only looping through these three. Okay. So then let's just say we're comparing the middle AND gate and the right AND gate. If they are given in that order, then it's going to be 3 minus 2. And it's going to return 1, which indicates that the middle AND gate goes after the right AND gate. Is that right? Yeah, if the one on the left boy, this is maybe I should look at this example here. Okay, if x is less than y. Okay, PQ. Okay, so if x is less than y, we're returning -1. Return -1 for ascending, +1 for descending. And we're saying -1 means current goes before next. Okay. So then this means that we're sorting the exact counters. So this is the one on the right, this is the one on the left. It would be a 1. Which indicates current goes after next. So we're sorting them from farthest away to closest to a generator? That's what it seems like. So at this point, let's move these. Whoops. How do I do this in VS Code again? Okay, so let's. Oh my god. Why? What is going on? What is happening? I'm going to put this down here. Because this happens after the width. So after the width, these two things have this state. After this array sort, this thing is sorted from furthest away to closest, which is the exact opposite order that they were added. So let me just switch all this stuff around. Okay. So this still contains the button ID and then the left AND gate ID. And this one contains right, middle, left. In that order. Okay. Now we're setting double I to 0, which again is an instance scoped variable. Sure. Okay, while it is less than li powered, which there's only 2 items. If we're on the very last item, which we're not currently, excuse me. Oh, interesting. This is less than or equal to, so it'll do 0, 1, and 2. Okay, but currently we're at 0, so this if statement does not happen. Holy, this is a large loop. Okay. Okay, this if statement does not happen. Powered OBJ. Which again is an instance scoped variable. Find value li powered. Okay, so we're just picking the first one, right? Picking the first one, which is the button ID. Okay, so this is the button ID, and we're setting its powered equals to true. Why are we doing that? I don't think it matters. I think that's fine. But we did set it to true here. Okay. I think that line is necessary because of the left AND gate ID thing here. Maybe not in this particular situation, but it's probably relevant. I have to believe that it's here for a reason. But okay, the button was already powered. That's fine. We can ignore that. Okay. So if the object instance, or if the object index is an AND gate, which is not true, so we can skip over that part. Okay, here we're just playing a sound. Oh boy. So if it's corrupted, which it's not, or if not powered, power may flow through, which we know power may flow through is true. So this equates to false, which means this whole if statement equates to false. And we skip over it and go into this. Yo, what's up, literate? How's it going? I am trying to figure out why quantum powering is a thing. Yo. Alright, so now we're iterating over the li power connections of the button, which there's only one. Okay, so this power connection is the ID of the leftmost AND gate. Find index li powered power connection. Weird. Okay. I mean, it is in li powered, so this is not going to equal -1, and we can skip over that. And then I++. Or I++, sorry. Okay. Why do I hear will you snail? Will you snail? I present will you snail. This is the level that we're analyzing right now. We're trying to figure out why the wire system is being weird here. It is not behaving as it should. Okay. So we've effectively accomplished nothing in that iteration of the loop. So I is now equal to 1. And it is indeed less than 2. So we go into here. If II is equal to 2, which is not true, so we can skip that if statement. Okay, so we grab the second thing. So now powered OBJ is the ID of the far left AND gate. We set its powered equal to true, which is now important because it was previously in this with block set to false. Okay. So these two AND gates to the right have their powered variable set to false. This one is now set to true. Okay, if it's an AND gate, which it is, oh god, what is this? Whoa, okay. With powered object? Yeah, go away. Simple, it's because of the following. Oh, you're right. Yeah. No. Yeah, no, I just spent an hour and a half trying to figure out that. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Most interesting to me is what happens the first time you press the button. Yeah, like I saw that too. And like that's what I would expect to happen, at least when you initially hit the button. I don't know about like after the door is opened. I feel like everything should be powered right now. But like when you first load into the level and you first hit the button, everything works. And then if you hit the button again, it doesn't. So that to me makes it seem like while we're going through this whole process, we end up setting some kind of weird... We set a variable to something that it shouldn't be, so then the next time that the system gets updated, it doesn't actually behave correctly. There's some kind of side effect of this whole process that should not be happening, is what I assume. Okay, so we're with powered object. Oh, it's just this. Oh, that's gross. What? Oh, it's so that we can call the... Can you not call event user 13? Okay. I understand why this is done. I don't like it. I don't like this. Why are we using this with? Why is it not possible to just say powered obj dot powered equals false and then say if powered obj dot require exact equals false powered. And this is probably just my lack of knowledge of GameMaker, but why are we not just doing this instead of that? Because then we don't need this with block, right? Let me look up with why is there no search functionality? See the page in full context? What? With? What do you mean 0 results found for with? With. Here we go. With. Okay, the with, yep. The expression can take a number of different inputs. One or more instances to perform the code on a single object instance, an object asset, which indicates that all instances of this object in the room are to run the code block. Okay, I see. So in this situation, this powered OBJ is the ID of the leftmost AND gate. I just wanted to make sure this wasn't like doing some weird hidden stuff. And it is basically just doing this. Okay. So we're setting its powered to false. If required exact equals false, just you can just you could I mean, okay. That's fine. Shout out Game Maker manual for existing and not being super incomplete, but oh wow, it sucks. Still my #1 GML resource. I think GML just in general is kind of... I'm not a fan. Okay. The fact that there's effectively no difference between a DS list and an array, like syntactically, yeah, they're different, but I don't understand what the difference is under the hood. And as far as I could tell, there is no difference under the hood. It just like, and then if you have a DS list, you have to call all these arbitrary functions and pass in the list itself instead of just being like, instead of just having arrays are newer. Okay. Still, like, why do we just have these arbitrary functions that you have to pass the array into as the first parameter, and then you can do what you're trying to do? What are we doing here, man? Similar to structs and DS map? Is DS map a new thing? Oh, Game Maker. You are a wonder. Like, okay, I get it. It's, you know, it's like their own scripting language, basically, but... Oof. Okay, anyway, require exact in this scenario is true, so we don't have to worry about this. If it is not powered, which we have just set it to false, so we do need to go inside of here. We are deleting... I assume this is the index. DS list delete. Where is the search bar? DS list delete. Position. Real. Where in the list to delete the value? Okay. I wasn't sure if this was the item itself to delete or the position of the item to delete. Okay. Cool. So then, yeah, this makes sense. So now li powered. We are deleting this from it. No structs are. Oh, okay. I don't think they had structs when I was using it. Not that I was experienced enough to effectively use structs, but, you know. It's fine. Dude, I think about some of my old projects and I'm like, I really did not think twice about just copy pasting a million times. At no point was I like, maybe there has to be a better way to do this. I was just like, oh yeah, I'll just copy paste the code everywhere. It's fine. Oh boy. Okay. So we're deleting it and then we're continuing, which inside of this scope means that we just go back to here. Okay. So II is still equal to 1. And the size of this list is now 1 because we've just deleted the left AND gate ID from it. If you want unrelated cursed code, look into the menu system. If it had been written with structs when structs were a thing, it'd be so many times less cursed. Yo, what's up, Enemy? How's it going? No idea what you're doing, but I hope it's going well. We are trying to figure out quantum powering. Yeah, but like, I feel like menuing and like UI in general is just kind of cursed. It feels like one of those things that should be solved at this point. But if you try and write your own like UI navigation thing from scratch, it's just, there's so much pain. Okay, so II is 1, and our new LI powered size is also 1. So let's enter this loop. We finally get to this point where 1 is in fact equal to 1. Everybody write that down, please. If you're taking notes, 1 is in fact equal to 1. Okay, if the array length of exact counters is equal to 0, which it is not, it is currently 3. So we can skip over this. Okay, counter array pop exact counters. Now, array pop, does this remove an item from the beginning of the list or the end? It removes the last value. Okay. Where was I? Array pop. Okay, so this is the left AND gate ID. So with the left AND gate ID, we are running this event user 13. Okay, oh boy. Oh, of course. I want to figure it out, man. It would be so cool if we were able to find the exact point where this goes wrong. And I'm going to be honest, this is very confusing. I am already fairly lost. But okay, so we're calling this event user 13 on the left AND gate. Yes, left AND gate. Okay. So require exact is true, right? Because our required power is 1. Powered connections is 0. Powered equals false. So we're looping through all of the LI power connections, which I assume at this point is a list that contains the button ID, right? Because we're looking at this leftmost AND gate. Oh, but it's also connected to the door. I forgot about that part. Okay. So if that list is populated based on the order that the wires appear in the save file, that means that the door and the AND gate connection is going to show up last, and the button and the AND gate connection shows up first. So in this particular instance, this is a list that contains the button ID first and then the door ID. Okay, so then we're going to pick whatever value, which in this case is button first. Okay, if it exists, which it does. Okay, if it is powered, which it is, and the object may flow through, which is also true, powered connections plus plus. So it started at 0, it is now at 1. Then we go to door ID. If the door is powered, which at this point it's not, right? Because we set it to false here. Yeah. So the door is not powered, which means this gets skipped over and powered connections remains 1. Okay. Excuse me. Then we get to here. Required exact is true, so we only really care about this if statement. Required power is 1 and powered connections is 1, so powered is equal to true. And powered may flow through is also equal to true. Okay. So where are we now? We have just called this event user 13 on the leftmost AND gate. And what we have accomplished is we have assigned its power may flow through to true. We have assigned its powered to true, and we have assigned its powered connections to 1. Okay. So now if it is powered, which it is because we've just assigned it to true, boy, we are really playing with fire with these instant scoped iterator variables. Okay. Li powered connections, which is 2 for this object, right? Again, we said it was button ID and door ID. Okay, so we loop through those. If it is not powered, so we go to the door first, which we skip over this if statement because it is powered. Wait, no, sorry. We go to the button first, which is powered. I misspoke. So we skip over this. And then we get to the door, and the door at this point again is not powered. So then we check to see if Li powered, which at this point contains only the button ID, if it contains the button ID, no. Power connection at this point is the door ID. So we're trying to check Li powered, whoops, to see if it contains the door ID, which it does not. So then we're adding the door ID to it. And then we continue. Oh my god. Okay. I kind of just realized what we're doing here. So after that iteration of the loop, what we've done is we've removed the left AND gate ID from exact counters, right? Because of this pop, this array pop. And this we removed the left AND gate ID, and now we've just added the door ID to it. And II is still 1. But now the DS list size is 2. Wait, have you been doing this for 2 hours? Yes. We are going through line by line. We're going to figure this thing out, all right? Why, though? Because. Why not? You don't like coding? Okay, so II is still 1. The length of this list is 2 now. So we skip over this if statement. And we're getting powered object, which at this point is the door. You forgot the BS variable, line 68. I don't believe you. Oh, 67. Oh, yeah, okay. I see. Where was I? So we're here, we skipped over this if statement. So now this is the ID of the door. And we're saying the door is now powered. It was there the whole time. No, I believe you. I totally believe you. Okay, so we're setting it to true if it's an AND gate, which the door is not, in fact, an AND gate. Okay, that's just playing a sound. I don't care. If the power may not flow through, and it's not a power generator. I think this is the case, right? Tell me the problem, I'll see what I can figure out. Okay. Problem is... What? Why did it take me all the way here, dude? Problem is, with this setup, if I hit the button from entering the level, all 3 of the AND gates will light up. As soon as the door is fully opened, 2 of them turn off, despite the fact that the leftmost AND gate still says that its requirement is met. For whatever reason, it is now refusing to move to allow the power to flow through. If I do that a second time, you'll notice that all 3 of the AND gates will not be lit up. Only 2 of them will. And then the same thing happens when the door fully opens, as 1 of them is only lit up. So despite the fact that this second AND gate has its requirement met, it just refuses to pass the power along to the third one. So effectively, the AND gates are lying. They say their requirement is met, but they don't actually pass the power through. Okay, so we're on the door. I'm pretty sure this evaluates to true. Power may flow through. I think for a door is false. Double check the third statement? I don't know what that means. Like if I keep jumping on it, do you mean? I'm confused. Are you just messing with me? Power may flow through was what? Just if it sends power? At the point that the door is closed, this would be false. So I'm like 99% sure that this evaluates to true. In which case, II gets incremented to 2, and then we continue. So we go back up here. The only way I can see that this can happen is if the gates get checked twice. Let's find out. Okay, so II is now equal to 2. And the size of our list here is also equal to 2. So now we do actually enter this if statement. Okay. If the array length of exact counters, which is currently 2, is equal to 0, so we can skip over this. Okay, we pop off the next one. So we're working with the middle AND gate. We run event user 13. Okay, so we're now running event user 13 on the middle AND gate, which is not connected to the button in the door. It is connected to the left AND gate, the anchor, and the right AND gate. I don't think it matters what order they're in, but just for the sake of figuring that out. So the middle AND gate is AND gate 1. So we've got this wire connection. Okay, so the left AND gate is connected to the middle AND gate. So we've got left AND gate ID. Then we've got the middle is connected to the right. So right AND gate ID. And then we have the anchor connection. Anchor ID. Okay, so this is the list of LI powered connections for the middle AND gate. So we loop through them. We're just going to assume that they exist. Okay, if it is powered, so we're first working with the left AND gate. If it is powered, which it is, and the power may flow through, which is also true, so we can ignore this part. Powered connections plus plus. Okay, so we're currently at 1 powered connection. We get to the right AND gate, which is currently not powered, so it stays 1. And then we get to the anchor, which is also currently not powered, so it stays 1. Okay, so powered connections is 1, require exact is true, and powered is false still. But we do need to require exact, and these two are equal because they're both 1. So powered equals true, power may flow through is also now set to true. Okay. So with all of that, it is now powered. So we're looping through the LI power connections, which again is this list here. So we'll start with the left AND gate. If it is not powered, the left AND gate currently is powered, so we'll skip over this. Then we go to the right AND gate, which is currently not powered. We try to see if it's currently in LI powered, which it's not. And if it's not, then we add it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and add right AND gate ID. And then we get to the anchor. And the anchor is currently not powered, so it also gets added to this list because it's not already there. Okay. Get out of this, and we continue. I at this point is still set to 2. But now the size of our list is 4. Right? Because we just added the right AND gate and the anchor ID. And we have eliminated the middle AND gate ID from the exact counters. Okay. So this is false. 2 is not, in fact, equal to 4. We get the item index 2, which is currently the right AND gate. Okay, so this is equal to the right AND gate ID. We turn it on. If it's an AND gate, which it is, okay, we set its power to false. If we're not requiring exact, we are requiring exact, so we can skip over this part. If it's not powered, which it is in fact not powered because we just set it to false, we delete it from LI powered, and then we continue. So we delete it from here. So we have just... We just turned it off? Turns out it's just a bunch of cosmic ray bit flips that happen every frame for everyone trying it. Have you heard of, I think it's multiversal BOGO sort, which is a sorting algorithm? So BOGO sort is a sorting algorithm where you just randomly shuffle the elements in a list and check to see if it's sorted. And if it's not, then you randomize them again. Multiversal BOGO sort is where you just find the universe in which BOGO sort sorts correctly on the first try every time. Quantum BOGO sort. Yeah. It's like, it's so funny that it could theoretically be possible that if you just randomly shuffle the elements in an array, they happen to be sorted every single time. You could just live in the universe where that's true. The idea that that is the case is hilarious. But okay, so we're turning off the power for the rightmost AND gate? Right? Because we turned on the power for the rightmost AND gate, then we immediately turned it off, and because we require exact, we don't do anything here. We skip over it, and then we delete it from our list. Maybe that's important later on, but I guess we'll continue. So, because at this point in time, the button is powered. The leftmost AND gate is powered. The door is powered. And the middle AND gate is powered. But we're saying that the rightmost AND gate is not powered, at least not currently. Maybe we'll power it again later. But okay, so II is still 2 at this point. We have not changed it. The size of our list is 3. So we continue. We skip over this if statement. We pick out item index 2, which is the anchor. We set it to true. The anchor is not, in fact, an AND gate, so we skip over that part. Okay, we're just playing a sound. If power may flow through is not true. Excuse me. I would assume that power may flow through is always true for an anchor. Which means this is not going to meet a requirement. or this if statement is not going to trigger. So now we get to the fun stuff. Have we gotten to the fun stuff before? Probably. Okay. So now we're going to loop through the LI connections of the anchor, of which there is only one. It is only connected to the middle AND gate. So power connection is the middle AND gate. If LI powered contains the middle AND gate, it does not. We add it. And then we finally increment II. Did we or did we not already have the middle AND gate ID inside of this list? We had the left AND gate ID. We added the door ID, removed the left AND gate. Did we at some point have the middle AND gate ID? I don't think so. Anyway, II is now equal to 3, which is in fact less than... Yeah. II is now 3. Okay. II is 3, which is less than 4. It's not equal to 4, so we'll skip over this. Our powered object is now the middle AND gate, which we set to powered equals true. It was already true. If it's an AND gate, we set its power to false, and then we skip over this. If it's not powered, then we delete it from this list. The middle AND gate was already powered on, and now all we've done is power it off and remove it from this list. I'm sure there's a good reason for doing it this complicated way. I'm sure in a much more complicated wire setup, this is necessary. But like we're turning on, we're powering on gates, we're powering them off immediately, we're adding them and removing them from this list. This is difficult for me to keep track of here. Okay, anyway, II is still equal to 3, and because we just deleted that thing from this list, this is now true. If the length of the exact counters is 0, which it is not, it still has the right AND gate ID in it. So we can skip over this part. We pop it off. We're popping off. Okay, we call event user 13 on the right AND gate ID. Okay. Which the right AND gate is only connected to one thing, that being the middle AND gate. So, this is only going to do one thing. Object is only the left, or the middle AND gate, sorry. Middle AND gate just got turned off. Right? It was on the end of this list. We just turned it on and then turned it off again and then deleted it from the list. So the middle AND gate is now off, which means the right AND gate has 0 powered connections. So its powered is going to be equal to false, and its power may flow through is also going to be equal to false. I am almost certain that I missed something because that does not seem right. The middle AND gate was at one point turned on, and now it's off. And then... Hang on, I lost my place. Okay, we just did this. This is what we just did. So the right AND gate is currently not powered. Its power may flow through as false, and its powered connections are 0. If it's powered, it's not powered. So none of this happens. And then we continue. Okay. II is still 3. This list has 3 things in it, so we enter this if statement, and we now get to this. Because now we have popped everything out of this exact counters array. We increment II, we continue. Now II is 4, which does not meet this condition. And we finally exit this while loop. So the list of things that are powered is currently the button, the left AND gate, the door, and that's it. No, the anchor also got powered. The anchor got powered, the middle AND gate was powered, and then it got turned off. Testing in the quantum level shows that apparently button power is different than anchor power. I don't know how, but if you replace the button with a powering anchor, the final gate only turns on for 1 frame. Okay. Now, I feel like it's important to keep in mind. Also, what you're describing sounds like quantum power. I think it's important to keep in mind also what we did was we ran user event 13 on the middle AND gate, which assigned this power may flow through to equal to power, which at that point in time, powered was true. So power may flow through is true. And then here we set powered equal to false and did not rerun user event 13. So the middle AND gate is not powered, but it does have power may flow through set to true. So, I don't know if that was right. Because again, at this point, the only things that are powered are the button, the left AND gate, the door, and the anchor. And then basically what we do is we just destroy this list. We call whatever user event user 0 is. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's to update the sprites. And then we play a sound, and that's it. So on the very first frame that we press the button, the only things that receive power are the button, the left AND gate, the door, and the anchor. If I tracked all of that right. And the right, so okay, let's do this. So the button is powered. Power may flow through is also true. For the left AND gate, I don't know that the button is really relevant here, but the left AND gate, powered is equal to true, and power may flow through is equal to true. For the middle AND gate, powered is equal to false, but power may flow through is equal to true. And for the right AND gate, powered is equal to false, and powered may flow through is also false. I don't know what event user 13 or event user 0 is. But I don't think I did it right. Because if this is true, then the very first time I press this button, only the left and middle gates... No, the middle gate shouldn't even be powered. It should be only the left gate that gets powered. But that's never the case. Unless the second AND gate is not actually being powered the exact same frame that I press the button. So like if the left AND gate and the middle AND gate don't get powered at the same time, if they're like one frame apart, that could explain things. It doesn't look like they are, though. I can't tell. Do you think it'd be worth it to intentionally lag my games so that to make it easier to tell whether or not they're actually one frame apart? Excuse me. What's the fastest way to lag the game? Oh, game speed on 50%? How do I do that? Extras. Game speed. It looks instant. So I must have tracked something wrong then. Oops. There we go. Easiest way to lag the game a ton would have been just chaining a ton of AND gates, but I rewrote a lot of MTM stuff and made that not really easy anymore. Dang. Wires are the laggiest thing? Okay, that's what I figured. So I tracked something wrong then. Either that, or this user event 0 somehow recalls this function. Because they're not one frame apart. So either this whole function is getting called multiple times per frame, or I'm just wrong here. I'm like, I could have lost the plot somewhere in this while loop. Was probably the biggest place there. We're gonna be here a while. I mean, if Omega is somehow able to get a debugger working, then we might be able to confirm whether or not this is actually happening. So I'm just trying to think, like, let's just say hypothetically I was wrong about the array sort, and they are actually they do need to be swapped. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. Would that have changed anything? But yeah, like, obviously this is a concern, right? If, where is it? In this while loop. Right here. This is a bit of a concern, because if something was powered previously, it's set to not being powered, but then its power may flow through variable does not reflect that change. I'm having so many issues. Excuse me. I just ran to find and replace on the entire repo because I can't use the proper runtime version in this IDE version. This is very annoying. Oof. Let me do one more for good measure. Do it, I dare you. I'm pretty sure I set restrictions on how often it can be redeemed, so you might not be able to do it right now. But yeah, this does seem like a bit of a concern, and maybe I tracked something wrong, so that's not actually a case. That doesn't count. Yes, it does. We started with the button and the left AND gate. We added the door, removed the left AND gate. Then we went left AND gate ID because it was part of this exact counters. This array sort basically flips the order here. This issue feels like a problem in an exam. Nah, exams would have easier problems than this. This is not an easy bug to catch. AP level exam. So this list, right? We started with button ID, left gate ID. We got rid of the left gate. We added the door. Then we started analyzing this list, which at the time, this is reversed, right? Because after we run this array sort. So we go to the left gate ID. And we turn it on. Actually, I think it was already on, right? We turned on the middle AND gate. And we added it to this list. Then we turned on the anchor and added it to this list. And then removed the middle gate. And then we went over the anchor. Did iterating over the anchor re-add the middle AND gate? This is the thing to be the intentional way too difficult problem for encoding competitions. I also just replaced the game icon with a moth pick I had because I can't find the file for the correct one. Awesome. Perfect. New patch. Ship it. All the audio is screwed up for some reason. Oof. I'm gonna have to rewatch the VOD, man. We added the door ID, removed the left AND gate. Didn't we also add the middle AND gate? No, at that point in time we did not. We only added the door and removed the left AND gate. Then we got into this list and iterated over the left AND gate a second time, but in a different context. No, but really, I think shipping moth icon would get me fired. I have done zero work in a long time. Well, there you go. That's your work. That's how you get paid. See, I did make a contribution, and it got shipped. What do you mean you guys didn't want a moth icon? What have I been working on for the past 5 minutes? Like, it's, I feel like it has to be, I must have mistracked something, right? There's no way that this can be true. I don't know what event user 0 does. It iterates over every powerable parent. Powerable, basically. Right? Like it has to either be the case that this function is called a second time, or I was wrong in tracking all of this. Delete everything and start from scratch. That's the best option at this rate. Probably. Thank you for the hydrate. Or start a new one, but use this as a reference, but don't fully rely on it. I think we can rely on it up to this point. Right? Like, we've got our two lists. This array sort basically just inverts this list. We could start at that point. I think everything up until that is fine. Unless you're talking about restarting the entire Will You Snail game. If I start from scratch, I'm doing this in Bevy. Without understanding, there's no way to realistically start again without running into this issue again. I would absolutely be in favor of just redoing this whole thing. Like, just conceptually, I'm lost as to what is even trying to be accomplished here. It feels like there's so many edge cases. Like, this while loop, you know, we're constantly adding and removing stuff from this array. We're checking to see if the current iterator variable is exactly equal to the last element. Or like the last index, whatever. And like we're slowly removing stuff from this array, but only sometimes. It is very difficult to wrap my head around. Usually do that when I can't figure something out. Usually helps me find the issue. I would love to try and rewrite something like this. It does not seem easy, to be fair. Like, this is, I'm not saying I could do a better job. I would like to try, though. I think it would be fun. Because I mean, the more detailed way we could go about doing this is we could manually keep a stack trace. Or I guess we could manually keep track of state, right? Use a piece of paper to sketch it out. I mean, that's like... I wouldn't even know what to put on the piece of paper is the thing. Because I just don't understand the concepts being used here. This code was written about 6 hours starting at 11 at night in VC with MTM, with him getting more upset as it went on at how much I was replacing of his optimization, not actually upset, I think. I'm honestly surprised that it only took 6 hours. Like, the part that I don't really understand is why we're setting this to true here and then immediately setting it to false. I just did the stuff him and Jonas didn't want to do. I mean, like, this has to be the part of the issue, right? Ow, sorry. Because if we ever add an AND gate to this LI powered list, it's going to come through here. We're going to set its power to true, immediately set it to false, and then in this instance, because they're all one required gate, it's not going to fire this user event, or event user 13. And then it's immediately going to delete it from the list. right? So any AND gate that gets added to this list is going to be unpowered. It's going to be turned off. Right? Yeah. Because this if only happens if our iterator variable is like pointing to something outside of the array. Which, yeah. So if we ever at any point. Wait, but we had the left AND gate in here. What happened to the left AND gate? Did we remove it before it could, like, do anything? So we had the left AND gate in this list. We went over the button, which skipped all that stuff. It skipped all that stuff. Did it go into this? I think it did. So we get the left AND gate. It's already in the list, so we don't do anything there. And then we plus plus. And then we get to the left AND gate. We skip over this bit. We power it. We unpower it. And then we delete it from the list. What does the AND statement check? Which one? Like this one? Each one? All of them? I mean, this one just is to play a sound, so this doesn't really matter. We can ignore that, basically. This one checks to see if the power can't flow through and it's not a power generator. Then we skip over it. We don't iterate over all of its connections. I'm trying to remember the order that I thought we... No, yeah, we did delete the, we did delete the left AND gate. I think we're stuck at a wall. I disagree. We turned off the left AND gate, which was already off. Yo, what's up, CDOM? I don't know. Twitch is being dumb, I guess. We are deep in the mud here. Are you still in Will You Snail? We are coding. Well, I'm not writing code. I'm looking at the code for Will You Snail. So technically, yes, I'm in the game. But we're looking at the game code. Get quantum streamed. We are deep in the mud here. Okay. So we deleted the left AND gate from LI powered. We then popped it off of exact counters, which ended up adding the door. Did it add the door and the middle AND gate? So we got to this bit. No. Yeah, because it got powered off and then deleted itself off of the list. And then we got into this bit. We popped it off. We powered it on. We powered on the left AND gate. And then we iterated through all of its connections. And if the connection is not powered, we added it to the LI powered list. Which at that point would have added both. It would have added both the door and the middle AND gate ID. Did I miss that part? If you need a distraction, I'll send a link of my 1.0 style GD level. I don't know if you're allowed to send links in chat. I think as a moderator you can. DMs? Okay. I think I might have missed that part. I think I missed adding the middle AND gate to this list. Right? Because, like, the first iteration was this, right? We started like this. We started like this. At some point, we removed the left AND gate, which then ended up having us pop off the left AND gate from the exact counters list, which should have resulted in us adding the door ID and the middle AND gate ID. I don't remember if we actually did that. I remember adding the door ID. I don't think we added the middle AND gate ID. So, okay, let's see what happens here. So we're at the door ID. Skip over this. We power it. It's not an AND gate. If power does not flow through and it's not a power generator. Okay. Omega, if you're still here, what is this power may flow through for a door? I am, okay. Is it also true? At the point that we hit a button, true when the door is open all the way. Okay, cool. So this is false, and I assume it's also not a power generator. So this evaluates to true. We increment I, we continue. Okay. So then we should get to the middle AND gate ID. We skip over the if statement. We power the middle gate, like how doors can be used as a timer delay, kind of. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. That's what I figured. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so we're on the middle AND gate. We turn it on. We immediately turn it off again. And then we delete it from the list. Okay, so next iteration of this. Let me just do this. There we go. Whoop. No, don't. Why did it do that? Okay, so we're back to this. Then we've just popped off, or we have already popped off the left AND gate. We're now on the middle AND gate for the extra counters, because we've entered this if statement. We're popping off the middle AND gate from exact counters. Okay, we run this, which should turn it on because the left AND gate is currently powered. If it is powered, which it should be, it adds all of its connections that are not currently powered to the list, which should include the anchor and the right AND gate. Anchor ID and the right AND gate ID. And then we continue. So we've just popped off two things from this list. I'm pretty sure what I missed is I didn't add the middle AND gate this early on. I think for some reason I did it like later. Okay. So we get to the anchor ID. Okay, we skip over this if statement. We power it. It's not an AND gate, so we can skip that. Excuse me. If not, power may flow. I assume for an anchor, power may always flow through. So we can skip over this if statement. And then what are we doing? We're adding all of the things that are connected to the anchor to the LI powered list. Everything that's not currently there. Which then results in re-adding the middle AND gate ID. Because the middle AND gate ID, unless there's another condition here. Hang on. Yeah, no, it just adds everything that's not currently in the list. It adds it to the list. So we're on the anchor right now. We're iterating over everything that's connected to the anchor, which includes the middle AND gate. The middle AND gate was at one point in the list, but we removed it. So because it's not in the list at that point, we add it back. Yo, what's up, RGC? How's it going? We are coding. We are trying to figure out quantum powering. Okay, so we've just iterated over the anchor ID. Yo, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. If statements, with statements, and statements difficulties. All the statement difficulties. Yeah, no, I almost definitely missed this last time. So exact counters at this point still contains the right AND gate ID. LI powered contains all of this stuff. I'm almost certain that this did not happen before. They're looking through my bad, confusing code. Still will never be as bad as the Shellworks code. I wonder if I could pull up one of my old projects and we could compare bad code. I don't see. I feel like a lot of my bad projects, I didn't know source control yet, so I just didn't save any of it. Okay, so we just did anchor ID. We're now iterating. This while loop has now gotten to the right AND gate ID. Okay, we skip over this if statement. We power the right AND gate. Now at this point, the button is powered. This code isn't too bad because Stone is able to traverse through it. Not the highest bar, but still something. So the button is powered. The anchor is powered. The door is powered. Is the left AND gate powered? Did we power that? I think so, right? Yeah, because we ran this event user 13 on it. Okay. So the button's powered, the left AND gate's powered, the door is powered, the middle AND gate is powered, and the anchor is powered. And we are currently going over the right AND gate. Stone, for the love of God, please download Undertale mod tool and open willysnaildata.win file so I don't have to keep sending you legal gray area to share decompiled files. It's fine. Don't worry about it. This is all I need, all right? We're going to figure it out. I feel like I'm close. So everything except for the right AND gate is powered. And we just power it. We power it. We immediately unpower it. And then we delete it from the list. Okay? We delete it from the list. We get to the middle AND gate ID, which at this point is powered. Everything except for the right AND gate is powered. We skip this if statement. We power the middle AND gate and immediately unpower it. And then delete it from the list. So now, at this point in time, we are here. At this point, the left AND gate is fully powered. The middle AND gate has powered equal to false, but power may flow through is equal to true. And the right AND gate is just not powered at all. Okay. So at this point, we've reached the quote-unquote end of this list, right? Because we already went over the anchor ID. The only element left in the exact counter is at the right AND gate. So we enter this if statement. We pop it. We pop the right AND gate. We call this on it. Which it currently has 0 powered connections, right? Because this powered variable on the middle AND gate just got turned off. It just got set to false. I don't think I'm wrong. I think this is still the current state. After this function runs once, the left AND gate is powered, the right AND gate is not, and the middle AND gate is in some weird quantum state. The only problem is that's not what it does in the actual game. Unless the sprites updating only check this power may flow through variable instead of the powered variable. If the sprites used this power may flow through variable, then this visual would make sense. But I have to assume that they're actually using the powered variable. In which case, this doesn't make sense because the middle AND gate should not be powered. But of course, I don't have the Undertale mod tool, so I don't know. How do I get rid of the you reached a 3-stream watch streak? Do you want to share this factual information with your fellow viewership pop-up? It was part of chat, not a pop-up. Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of it. Twitch is weird when it comes to notifications like that. I would highly suggest UMT. Okay, how long does it take to set up? I may or may not do that on stream. Not very? Okay. Undertale mod tool. Oh, GameBanana.com. I don't know why that was in my search results. Alright, what is this? The most complete tool for modding, decompiling, and unpacking Undertale. Perfect. That's the game that we're working with. Compilation instructions. In order to compile the repo yourself, is it possible to not do that? GameMaker data file format. There's a release. Windows single file? Why do they not have like a guide on how to use it? I'm in... CLI tool, I probably... Yo? I don't know. Single file, I suppose? Let's see. I'm going to do this just in case, because I don't know what this is going to do to my computer. Why do you have 6 viewers right now? I don't know. People like watching me go mad trying to read code. Just download the zip from GitHub. It's not even an installer. You open the program and then press the file open menu and select the game's data win file. Oh, okay. So it is that easy. I assume single file just means that it doesn't include all the DLL stuff. Extract. I was lied to. There are multiple files in this zip. Okay, well, that's not concerning at all. Windows is flagging it. Shut up, Windows. Single executable versus tons of different pieces. Yeah, so like DLL stuff. First time setup. Would you like to associate GameMaker data files like .win with? Sure. Windows doesn't know shit. Welcome to Undertale Mod Tool. Okay, I think it's probably fine to share this again. Strings, my favorite. File open. Okay, I'm gonna all my homies hate Windows. Okay, I'm gonna be searching through files again, so I'm gonna sorry for the switching constantly. Where is it located? Shoot, it's like common Steam files or something. Oh, Twitch, stop, please. Please go into the settings and turn on dark mode so I can help you without my eyes burning. How do I go into the settings? File? Settings. Holy. Enable dark mode. There we go. Okay. I know you can't see it anymore, but... Data... Okay, sure. Will you snail in your Steam library right? Oh, yeah. Browse local files. Here we go. Okay. We're onto something. Okay. I think I got it. Hang on, let me just... What? Can I... Please tell me I can zoom in. Oh, I can't zoom in. Why is there something called SPR_hat_poo-poo? This is phenomenal. In the hat room, yeah. Bartender open eye. Dance boss head? Holy, okay. So what are we looking for here? Game object scripts? Is that a thing? Code? Oh, why is it called code? Gross. Who calls code code? Everything with Spur is the sprite? Yeah. I opened the sprites tab because I was curious. Okay, I mean, I guess we can start with this one, which is called what? Update Power Grid? Update Power Grid. Sorry, I didn't mean to click that fast, I guess. Disassembly. Ooh. Ooh. This is... What is that? Okay. Never mind. We're going into the decompiled version. That is the assembly, not the GML. Yeah, but This is so much cooler. Look. Stack top. Self.li power connections. This is definitely not assembly, by the way. At least not any version of assembly I've seen. But okay. So I'm like 90 bajillion% sure that I'm right about this. Let's try and find this event user 0 thing. I don't even know where to start with this. I mean, like, event user... There isn't even anything in the code. Functions, event user. Okay. Strings event user. I don't know how to get there. My first experience with GameMaker was modding Will You Snail, so it really confused me when I saw the standard for naming sound files in GML as SND and not SOU like Jonas does. I mean, the naming conventions in GML in general are just... the naming conventions are a solution to a problem that shouldn't exist. GML just doesn't have the tools to properly do the stuff you want, and so you have to resort to doing this stupid naming convention thing to make things easier. I have now beaten Trench 20 times? Dang. What is it on the list? Also, I saw your video of trans rights, I think it was. Number 3, nice. I kind of want to play it. It looks like it looks annoying, but it looks like the fun kind of annoying, you know? Like, I'd be willing to grind. I just want to figure out... User events are custom events you can put in an object like other events such as step and draw, but you can call it yourself with event user X. Sure. So is it gonna have some weird name then? The heck is this? GML script underscore 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 struct underscore 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 for underscore skr create clipboard struct from object GML. Jeez. Will You Snail loves trans rights? True. AIT sound available. What? Can I search within the code? Like if I search the word powered? No. There's strings. That doesn't help. Variables. Instance type. Huh? They show in UMT as obj name other 1x since there are 10 other events below it. Transmites is my least favorite SE level that I've beaten. It's cool, but that needle start head hit double spike is pain. Oof. Okay, so let me close these things. So it's obj is it literally obj name, or do I have to type in the name of the object? Obj name other. No, type the name of the object. Okay. In as official an aspect as I can say, Will Snail is very pro trans rights. I would expect no less. Oops. Why do I not have a cursor in the? The cursor's black. I can't see it because the background is also black. RGC, what have you made me do? I mean, I can probably just search like underscore other, underscore, what was it, 10? Yeah, here we go. Now I just have to look through dozens of results. I guess we'll look for AND gate, right? And why did it do that? AND gate, other 24, other 23, draw 0, cleanup 0, step 0. I don't see it. You read the first message I sent on user events, right? I missed you reading it. I think so. User events are custom events you can put in an object. Yeah. I see other 24. Q update power grid. Okay. Oh, and then this is, yeah, this is the code that you sent me. This is user event 13. Wait, if that was user event 13, then user event 10 would be other underscore 20, right? I think the user event 0 does things in some wireable objects, but not the AND gate. Interesting. Okay, so what is draw? What is draw? Image blend? Require exact and powered connections equals required power. Holy. It doesn't even rely on the... It doesn't even rely on the powered variable. It doesn't even rely on this one. So yeah. We are in this state. The middle AND gate has its powered variable set to false, but because when it draws to the screen, it doesn't actually check that variable. It only checks to see if the powered connections is equal to the required power, or like, you know, that whole condition, which is true. That's true. So it displays like it's powered, but it has its powered variable set to false. So this is right. We are in this state. Fun fact, if you mark an object as invisible, all logic in the draw function doesn't run. It was stupid enough to not realize that at one point. Interesting. I mean, it makes sense. There's very obvious information that I should have assumed by default. It makes sense, but it's also... I feel like it's one of those things where you have to try it just to see if it works or not. In UMT, can you change the display to just check if it's powered instead of what it currently does? Then you can save it and run the game and see if it makes more sense. Do I so I have to close the game first, I assume? I'm going to do that anyway. You need to restart. Okay. Okay, so we're saying we should remove this and just say powered. If it's powered, then it merges whatever this level styler snail thing is. I mean, that's what it was doing, right? It's not like the inverse, I think. Yeah. That's no. Powered. Okay. Is that what I do? Save? I'm close to getting it to run in UMT. Save, and then I just save it to the exact same location here. Data.win. I assume I should replace it, yeah. Play. Let's see. Okay, so with that change in place, I'm trying to run it in a newer GameMaker version, which required fixing over 2,000 errors, but I think I'm almost done. Bro. Okay. Here we go. So with that new change, what I would expect to happen is for the button to be powered, the left AND gate to be powered, the door to be powered, and the anchor to be powered. And I would expect the middle AND gate and the right AND gate to not be powered. I don't know why the very first button press when you first enter the level is different, but yeah. The middle AND gate is not lighting up anymore. So this is right. My trace through was right the first time. I don't know if anything else, like, I mean, yeah, that's just what it is. Left AND gate is fully powered, middle AND gate is in this weird quantum state, and then the right just doesn't get powered. Because of the left AND gate being in this weird quantum state. Find and replace for the win. Oh, interesting. Use VS Code because some of the issues were in the YY files, which you can't edit manually in GM. Huh. So, I mean, like, this does not, this, in my mind, and we can run back through we can trace it back through again to see where exactly we went wrong here, but in my mind, you should just redesign the whole system. 'Cause, like, I hate saying that because I'm sure this took a lot of thought and effort. But I just don't think that. I don't think this design works. Because the issue is this bit. Where we're or mainly it's this. Because we're assigning the thing to be powered. And then we're immediately turning it off. Why are we turning it off, though? Because if it's in this LI powered list, it's supposed to be powered, right? Why would we ever turn it off? And if we're turning it off for the sake of like having it at a known value when we call this event user, we don't need to do that because it already does it right here. So if we just remove this line of code, does that fix it? Okay, I missed some chat, sorry. Yeah, that's what I thought. When importing the mod.io plugin into WheelieSnake Community Edition, I had to change all of the uses of $signs at the beginning of strings, like the variable is variable, with the old way of doing it. I spent like an hour writing the regex for that, so I didn't have to do it manually. It was probably quicker to do it by hand, but I was not doing that. The classic spending 5 hours to automate something that you could have done in like 1. The issue is I have no bloody clue how to redesign it unless we have everything update every frame, which would be very laggy. It wouldn't be possible to have loops. Yeah, no. That is not what I'm suggesting, by the way. I 100% agree that doing things every frame would not be good. It can be in LI powered without matching the required exact conditions, I think, because it shouldn't be powered then. I wonder if it would be fixed if you just remove the powered equals false. I'm kind of curious. There's like a 1% chance of that. Well, like I'm trying to imagine the scenario in which this is necessary, right? Like the only reason we would need to do this is if something has this variable set to true and it's an AND gate, right? It has to be an AND gate, and it's currently being powered when it shouldn't be. But how does it even make it into this list if it shouldn't be powered? Like if an XOR has 2, it may be put in LI powered, but it shouldn't be powered. But see, that in that case, you're running this event user 13, which immediately does that, which immediately sets its powered to false. So even in that case, you don't need this here, right? Object powers XOR gate put in list, another object also powers it. XOR gate still in list but shouldn't be powered. Yeah, I think that line might be for XORs. The require exact equals false makes it only the AND, not XOR. Oh, yeah, no, I sorry, I was thinking not an XOR. Okay, so you're saying, hang on. If an XOR has 2, it may be put in LI powered, but it shouldn't be powered. Okay, how is this list getting populated again? If the thing is an AND gate and it's not a power generator, we just skip over it, right? Okay, I see. So the left AND gate gets added to LI powered because it's connected to the button. So if, for example, we just had a permanently on power source that was also connected to the left AND gate, it would still get added to LI list or LI powered. But because it's now receiving two power sources, it would have to be off. Well, no, because okay, change the scenario. If there are two permanently on power sources that are connected to the left AND gate, in addition to this current setup, then it would not be powered. The left AND gate would not be powered because it would be receiving two power sources. But because it's connected to the button, it would be added to the list here. Right? It's not powered, so we skip over this, and it gets added to the LI powered. But see, it also, because it's an AND gate, it's also getting pushed to this exact counters list. Right? It's an XOR. So it's an AND gate and it's require exact, so it gets put onto this list. And this part of this if statement, this part of the while loop guarantees that everything in that list gets properly updated. Unless I'm wrong about that. Right? Like, unless I'm wrong about the order. I mean, yeah, I guess we can just try it. I don't know, does does anybody have a significantly complex circuit that they know works that we can test this on? Because I want to see, can I hit undo a bunch of times to get this back? Yeah, okay. What was this file? Update power grid. Update power grid. Because I want to make sure, I'm almost positive that removing this line is going to not cause the quantum powering, but it could cause a different issue. So I know 64X works. I don't think I have that one. So if you've got it handy. Okay, let's save it to here again. If you want to try to see more info about the properties of the AND gates, you could change what draw text transformed draws. Is that something I can search up here? Draw text. No. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it works without quantum power, though. In the draw function. Okay. And the gate. You're saying I can mess with draw text transforms, this thing? Okay, I see. I mean, it's... I'll keep it the way that it is right now. So all I did was remove that line of code where it usually draws the 0, 1, or whatever. Okay. I might mess with that at some point, but I just want to test this. Okay. Apologies for everybody that has to see ads right now. We're about to see... You know what? I'll wait. We're about to see the change that I think is going to fix quantum powering. It could cause other issues, but we'll see. What was it? Update power grid. Oh, that's a function. Yeah. The main problem is, like Glitch kind of said, it would break existing circuits. To be honest, I think having a legacy behavior setting might low-key be worth it, though. Yeah, like, if we somehow figure out a fix, it's very much not up to me, right? I have no say in the development of this game. Excuse me. But yeah, I think kind of... Yeah, I think you're right. I was going to suggest having like a beta version similar to how they have the speedrunner version. But... Well, I don't know, because it would have to be like a level dependent thing, right? That's bizarre. I'm gonna fix it and release it in a community edition the moment someone finds a fix, that's for sure. Bro, an entire beta for a single behavior would not work. Yeah. Okay. Kind of a moment of truth, I guess. The game might, like, I could have potentially caused an infinite loop to happen. So we'll see what happens. The levels store a version in them that could be used to maintain behavior. Ooh, that's a good idea. Having legacy and gate behavior setting in the player object might be best. I'm gonna be real. True, but what if people want to update old levels? Okay, so the first time I hit the button, everything seems okay. Right? What is happening? Yeah, that seems right. No, of course, yeah, no. 3 power sources to the one on the left, 2 to the one in the middle. Okay, yep, that seems okay. At least unpowering the button works. What happens if I hit it a second time? Interesting. So it works when I initially hit the button now. That part works perfectly fine, but if I let the door go all the way, I think what's happening is that the button sends power to the left gate, which powers the door. The door then sends power back to the left gate. The left gate is also sending power to the middle, which is sending power to the anchor. And the middle gate is also sending power to the left gate. Maybe? Is that where the 3 is coming from? I mean, we've definitely fixed the issue where if you initially jump on it, right? Like, that part works. It's just, what is happening here? So, okay, I'm kind of curious. This shouldn't, like, catastrophically destroy things, right? Now it says 4. But it doesn't work anymore. Wait. No, that is yeah, that is how it's supposed to work, kind of. Supposed to. Because the one on the left sends power to both the middle one and the anchor, which the anchor then sends power to the middle one, and it receives 2. But when why does it send me all the way back here? When I first step on it, its behavior is still different. So I don't know what's wrong with the initial state of these objects, but it's clearly different when I first load in versus hitting the button the second time. That is not... No, never mind. That's... Yeah, okay. Okay. This is part of the reason why I think you just need to redesign the whole thing. If you wanted to fix it. That's obviously a lot of work, and there's probably not a huge incentive to redo this whole thing, but... Yeah, like this... Now this door powering everything is... I don't think it's working the way it should be. But hey, it was cool for a short minute there. This is a great example of that one philosophy that anytime we answer a question about life, more questions come from it. Truly. Okay, let me yeet this thing, and then I'm curious what this does to my computer stuff. I don't even remember what I had hooked up here. You should let Stone write the code to fix it for you as a mod and then include his code. Trust. I do at some point want to get into modding Will You Snail because I think that'd be fun. I don't even remember what instructions I had loaded into this thing. A bunch of zeros. Cool. Why? Bro, who wrote this program? The third instruction is literally just zeros. Because, like, this doesn't... Well, I guess it does use doors, huh? In the memory cells. So that'll probably, yeah, that'll probably screw up the whole circuit. I would imagine. How does the computer use the fish? It's a memory cell. Is it in the first level here? No, that's a register file maybe. I can show it off. Yeah. So it's just a memory cell, right? Do I have like a simplified version of it? I feel like I changed the design at one point. I don't think I have like a simple version, but behind this door is a button that's what is it? Switch. So that button is what holds the state of a single bit, and you can open this door, and this circuit is set up so that as soon as the button changes state, it'll like prevent the fish from pressing it a second time. So these fish are set to maximum speed so that basically as soon as the door opens, the button gets hit and then it locks the state again. But yeah, it's just a single bit. I remember name fighting with MTM for months trying to get him to make squasher clipping consistent. It's been so long since I've messed with this, but like these are the door and the fish. I think the fish is actually on the grid, but these two doors are off grid in exactly the right place to make it so that the button switches as fast as possible. I made it consistent with the doors. I think it works with fish. What is squasher clipping? Am I missing something? Hello? But yeah, no, the very first version of this used fish as part of the wiring as well. And then it did that because I was being dumb, and then and then Glitch was like, "Hey, here's a two-way wire." Or not a two-way. Here's a one-way wire. It only lets a signal through one side. And I was like, "Oh my god." Yeah. No, but with all the wires hooked up to the doors and stuff, it's the quantum power fix is probably not going to help. It's kind of annoying. So then, like, what happens when the door fully opens? Like, what is it? How is that update causing things to go haywire? Oh, because at that point, no. Maybe? Because the door's pass-through variable gets set to true. Where is that relevant? Here, right? Yeah, so when the doors pass through or flow through, whatever, flow through variable gets set to true, this no longer happens. So then everything connected to the door, if it's not already added to the LI list, would then get added to the LI powered list. Which, oops, which is the left AND gate. So in this new version, or I guess in either version, this all happens before the door is fully opened. When the door fully opens, oh, but the initial state of the LI powered list is going to be different because of this condition, right? Am I... those are exact. But we do this. So I guess my question is, why are we only putting exact counters into this list? Couldn't we put all AND gates into this list and then just make sure that we never add an AND gate to the LI powered list? That way they're always treated separately instead of doing this weird, like, condition here and then removing it from the list. We could just, you know, put a check here to see if the power connection is an AND gate, and if it is, we don't add it to the list. And then we could do the same thing here. Am I crazy? This is numbing my mind. I'm going to go back to trying to make cool looking designs in the Impossible Game level editor. It's challenging since it's literally just squares and unrotated spikes, as well as being able to change the BG of 1 of 5 colors. That sounds tedious, but also kind of interesting. So, like, if I just got rid of this if and always pushed the AND gate, obviously the name wouldn't be accurate, but naming variables aside, if we just always push AND gates to this list, and then we only ever, like, process the AND gates after we've processed everything else, and we make sure that we never add an AND gate to this list of other things that we're processing. So, like, back over here. Let me exit the game. Yeah, so update distances to generators. No, it's this. So if we just get rid of this and we always push, and then here where we add it, we could say if power connection dot, what is it, object index, like that. Obj and gate, I think it is. Yeah, it looks like that's right. Then we also continue. Right, so we make sure to not add it to this LI powered list. Sure, we can sort these. Not, I'm gonna trust this logic because I don't want to have to go through that. And then, okay, so we're here. So if it's, we'll say if power connection syntax is going to be weird here, or the formatting of this is going to be weird. So if the power connection dot object index is equal to, or sorry, is not equal to obj and gate, and it's not in the list, then add it to the list. Okay, then we can get here, and we know that the LI powered list is not going to contain an AND gate, so we don't have to do any of that. And then we get here, and we can do the same thing. Power connection is not equal to power connection dot object index is not equal to obj and gate, and that, right? Am I crazy, or is that just, because then we're always going to do event user 13 to process all of the AND gates, which I feel like is the way it should have been done, or like it's like that's how you determine whether or not it's powered. Like the other logic just, I don't know, it felt out of place. I guess it's worth a shot. Like there's probably details that I'm missing here, but we could absolutely run into that issue of just having some kind of infinite loop that I'm not thinking of right now. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if everything immediately breaks. Okay, everything did not immediately break. Oh! Okay. Oh, did I misspell something? obj button dot power connection? Yeah, I misspelled a variable. Abort. Okay, can I PW? What? Yeah, here we go. Power connection. Okay, there we go. No matches found. All right, sweet. Let's try this version. Stop, please. If this doesn't work, I'm giving up. I have spent way too long on this. If this does not work, I'm done. Oh, whoops. Okay, let's see if everything crashes. Casually released at SE level alongside a verification for it just now. Yo, sick. What's it called? 3 trenches in a row. Great. Triple trench trouble. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Okay. I need a more complicated circuit to make sure it doesn't break anything else. That fixed it. At least this. It fixed this. What did you change? Okay. So it fixed that at least. It could cause a whole bunch of different issues. So this user event 13, this is the logic that determines whether or not an AND gate should be powered, right? Can you make sure you power it with 2? Yes. Yeah. I should do that. So how should I do that? I can just do this, right? Okay, that at least works. What if I tie it to this one? I don't know if that's the behavior that it's supposed to have. It seems logical, at least. Because, like, depending on the order, I don't know. And then I guess just this one is the last one left. Interesting, the middle one turns off. Again, it seems at least logical. I don't know if that's exactly the behavior that's desired. You're in the verification video? Let's go. That actually makes sense. That seems right. Okay. Okay, so then what I changed, so this user event 13 should be like the authoritative voice that says whether or not an AND gate should be powered, right? So what I did is I just said, okay, this exact counters array, let's have that not just populate with the exact counters. Let's have it populate with every AND gate. And then instead of like trying to filter out the AND gates in this while loop, we just don't ever add AND gates to the Li powered list anyway. And just have all the AND gates be processed within this if statement by the event user 13. Now that I'm saying that, I realize that could have broken AND gates that are not one required. So I guess we can try this real quick. Okay, put me over here, and give me one more button. You know what? Give me 2 more buttons. Oh wait, these have to be switch so that I can turn them on and off at will. Okay. Something like this, maybe. Okay. Seems like that should do that. That doesn't work. Okay, so if it has more than it needs, it's still passing the power through. Okay, so what if it all happens at the same time? It still passes power through. Okay. Wait, no, that's how it's supposed to work, right? If we look for more sometime, he's already gotten my recommendation just from this. I think that's correct. Okay. Yeah, no. I'm wrong. Yeah, so that it does work. Okay. I mean, that's like it's a pretty simple case. Do you guys have like a way, or like a formal testing setup, I guess, just to make sure that the wiring system works? Or I don't know how you guys tested this before, but I would definitely be down to like run this through. I can maybe better yet, I could just send you the updated code and then I used to, but not anymore. Aw, dang. RGC. I have done it. Kind of. I hope. I haven't found any issues with it yet, so that doesn't mean that it's flawless. But this at least works. I can share my wiring level that had a lot of my testing. Yeah. That'd be sick. Maybe. So you... a diff of the changes would be more helpful. Okay. I don't know how to easily do that. Is there like a website that I can just copy paste stuff in? Diff checker. Oh wait, is that legal? Am I allowed to copy paste Willy Snail source code into some random website that I find? Is that okay? No reset plus Gamba. So normally I do speed runs of Willy Snail, but probably not the best to do. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna do that then. I will. Can I refund your points? Manage reward requests. I'm gonna reject that. I think that means you got your points back. I'm sorry, but I'm not doing a speed run today. I did get that back. Okay, cool. And it's unfortunate because I announced 2 days ago that I was gonna take a break from the 80% category. Okay, we got. Holy, that is a setup and a half. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how to send you a diff then. I mean, it's still. I would. If this was my code, I would clean it up even more. I just wanted to see whether or not that would work. I did the stuff MTM and Jonas didn't want to, which included the Steamworks stuff. So I wrote the stuff to download and upload levels. Yo, that's pretty cool. If you just send the whole thing to my DMs on Discord, that'd be fine. Okay. I'm gonna clean up the code just because it's gonna annoy me. Use one of the text comparing websites maybe. I thought about doing that, but I don't think it's a legal gray area, I think, to copy and paste Will You Snail source code into a random website. So I'm not gonna do that. How do I community workshop Will You Snail? There's got to be an easier way to do this, right? Can I edit this? No, I don't want to copy it. What did you call it? Wiring? It'll probably just pop up. Yeah, okay. Subscribe. Does that give it to me instantly? I don't know how it works. Oh, hey. There it is. I'll have to rewrite it anyways because decompiled is already different. Oh, okay, I see. There's a program called Flips that is able to make patches based on code diffs. Don't know where to download. I copied it from ILmod zip folder. Okay, is it supposed to do that? What is happening here? Is this like an XOR gate? I don't remember what the top thing does. Or, wait, what? Oh, it's only when the top one is pressed, I guess? Interesting, okay. I need the code changes, not the binary diff. Yeah. I'll copy paste it in a second here. I kind of want to explain a little bit though. Okay, that looks correct. What? That doesn't seem right. Was I changing the door state of this one by pressing buttons down here? No, the door itself is fine. Why is it making the sound? The top one was probably an unfinished thing? Okay. Okay. Anyway. So I pressed both of them. Is that what it's supposed to do? This one receiving 3 seems right. The top one receiving 2 also seems right. And then this one receiving 3 seems right. Is this what it's supposed to do? Go to the right. Let me through, please. Yoink. Is that okay? Why was it shut before? Oh, can I? Whoops. What? I don't know what that thing is. What did I just do? Okay. So it's open. That doesn't affect anything. Is me pressing these buttons like messing with that door over there? No, it's still open. What? Shitty way I always do it is put the old code in as a file in a new empty Git repo, then paste the new version into the file and see what it says the changes are in GitHub Desktop. I'm too lazy to find a real solution though, so don't listen to me. It's a tower defense turret. Why is that there? Why was this door closed the first time I got to it? I mean, I'm not crazy, am I? It was closed. Also, I'm 99% sure whatever I did actually worked. Because these circuits look like they're updating properly. Okay, that's just a button. Cool. The one at the very bottom does not appear to be updating correctly. Because that's connected to like 2 power sources right now, theoretically, right? Okay, that one's in a weird state, I guess. I don't know why it says only 1. Because like this power source should be is connected to it, right? And then it's also connected to the anchor, which is connected to the one on the right, and the one on the right is connected to it. So it should be receiving 2 power sources now. So I think that part is broken. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Have a good night. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your help as well. I mean, obviously the problem is not fixed, I think, from what it looks like here. But would not have gotten as close if you did not help, so I appreciate it. Everything else seems to work fine though. I have no idea why this is different. The gate and the door below it never get unpowered. as far as I know, in regular code. The gate and the door below it never get unpowered? I mean, but this... So you're saying it would be powered right now in the regular version? Am I understanding that right? Yeah. Yeah, because just like this by default, I mean... it's not some weird level entry thing, is it? No. Because this just seems like a wrong state. The left door stays open, even if the right door closes for a frame. Huh. Yeah, because like this... these top couple of things is the same setup as this on the right? Basically. No, never mind. That's different. Let me go back to a level that I can edit. I want to test just that simple setup. So it was what? So we had a 2 requirement thing. A power source thing here, a 1 requirement. Trying to remember what it was. It's like this, right? Like very simply. Yeah, see, like this gate should be receiving 2 power sources. It's only 1. Huh. Is that's so what was our ordering here? This got reversed, so it ended up being right to left. So it's the furthest away from a power source gets updated first. That should work though. That sort of makes sense because of the power distances though. But it's a 2 requirement gate, right? So like no, I think it should be receiving two sources. No? Like if I were to change the layout a little bit, I feel like, I mean, this is effectively the same thing, but like, you know, the power goes to the anchor, which goes to the 1, and the 1 passes along to the 2, and then the power goes from the source to the 2. So I feel like the 2 should be on, right? Well, but if the 2 is on, then it does get a little bit weird. Yeah. This just doesn't, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, at least. Like if I were to just arbitrarily extend the distance, would that change things? Yeah. See, like now it functions in the way that I think it should. Well, maybe not then, because then, well, you could use the logic that, well, if this 2 requirement gate should be passing power, then this 1 requirement gate is now receiving 2 sources of power and should be off. But maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe it's like, okay, you have the ability to choose how it behaves based on the number of anchors in between, I guess. Weird. It updates before the other one. Just realized half the issues I've had running the game are from git git ifs. So, I mean, so does that make sense? Like, is it supposed to be doing that? As in, I forgot to pull the assets down? Oh. I think that looks logically right. Well, what about this one? What about this one? Because this, to me, does not look logically right. I don't feel like it should behave this way. Right? Like, I'm seeing 2 powered wires connected to this gate. In my mind, that means that it should be powered twice. That looks off. Yeah. But if I just like add an anchor in between them, then it works perfectly fine. So like Glitch is right. It's definitely a distance thing. I think. I think logically that makes sense still. I just like the wire that connects the 2 AND gates. Why is that on? But this only sees 1 power source. Is sort of my question. Right, like it's on because the 1 gate is powered and it's like passing the signal through, right? But why is that that signal not being obtained by the 2nd gate? It logically makes sense, but still doesn't feel right. That's very accurate, yeah. That's a good way of putting it. The 2 gets powered once from the gate. It doesn't turn on. It does its checks. Then the anchor 1 gets powered. It gets checked. It sends power through. The reason the wire in between is on. But the 2nd one has already run, so it doesn't see it. Okay. So the way to fix that is to just recheck the AND gate. However, in this setup, or like in most setups, I would assume, it'll just infinitely ping between updating these 2 AND gates. and it'll never find a stable state. Right? Because if this requirement is met, if the 2 requirement is met, that'll mean that the 1 is now receiving 2 power sources, and it should turn off. Which will then cause this one to update and turn off, and then this one will turn back on, and then so on and so forth. Except it can't do that because no loops. Right, exactly. So, like, it makes sense, I guess. That's the limitation the whole system works around. Only an issue with the XOR gates, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why you can't have, like, a NOR latch, right? Or, like, any kind of latch, I guess. Because, like, ideally that would, using a latch would be the way that you store a single bit. But because of that issue exactly, you can't do that because there's just, like, not really a good way of resolving that situation. Which is the whole reason I used fish in the first place. Yeah. Nothing persists between frames or it can affect another frame state. Except for doors, kinda. Yeah. So I don't know. I'll send you the code. I'll send you the changed code. But, you know, I'll leave it up to you if you want to do anything about it. Yeah, I don't know. It does seem like the quantum powering issue was resolved. It's just there's still some quirks to it. The top mechanism was my attempt at a latch. Gotcha. That makes sense. But yeah, I mean, really the only thing is that, like, I made this exact counters. You should probably rename it in the new version because it contains a list of every AND gate instead of just the exact counters. And then you basically always filter out AND gates so that they never end up in the LI powered list. In other words, LI powered contains everything except for AND gates, and exact counters contains only AND gates. And that was pretty much it. That was the main thing. Can you try something? Yeah. In the code or just in the level editor? I was attempting to latch so much that it started to look like scrawlings of paper stuck randomly against walls. Yeah, okay. Level editor. Oops. All right. Nope. Can you make a long chain of AND gates connected directly through an anchor? A long chain of AND gates. Does the requirement matter? One requirement, I guess. I'll try. Do it down here. Okay, you know what? That's probably good enough. Give me a platform. And then... Oh, yeah, no, I'm dumb. You're right. Okay, and then connected through an anchor? That's the setup I used to test optimization. Then after I thought, I wonder if we could use this to make XOR gates work. So like, here, let me do like a small setup so I understand what you're asking me. So is it supposed to look like this, where I connect these one by one, and then they all are connected to this anchor? And then, I don't know, I power the anchor, I guess? I do not remember. Okay. That doesn't quite seem like a setup. Yeah, man, the addition of XOR gates just screwed up the whole thing. I mean, I don't know why you would add that. How could you? I'm kidding. I wonder if it'd be possible to make significantly complex circuits even without that AND gate. It's probably possible, right? You just get enough fish on the screen and it'll be fine. But, oops. And then connected to an anchor. I don't know. How is that one in the... You see that one on the left that's receiving 4? I guess it is connected to 4 things. Interesting. Okay. I don't know if this is sufficient for a performance test. I can add more if you want. Maybe just try this, where it's like just a chain. You know what, I could do this. Try something like this, maybe. Oop. Stop. Nope. Ugh. Yeah, see, that just looks awkward to me. Like, I feel like it would make more sense if it just, like, went through the whole chain. But, I mean, yeah, we just run into that exact same issue of like, you can't update the AND gates after they've already been updated. It's kind of, you can't, like, you know, you get what I'm saying. Yeah. I don't know. Why did it take me all the way back here? Ugh. Yeah, I feel like I explained that. This reminds me of spending 3 hours just placing wires. Please, Glitch. Please, you can automate it. It's not that difficult, I promise. Please. Here. I'll just leave a couple of comments. So there's at least some additional information here. I'm still trying to get the game to run on here. After I do, I might be able to find the test level. All right. Are you on the main Will You Snell server? Oops. No. Ugh. Okay, I assume this is you. I have streamer mode enabled on my Discord, so all I see is the first letter of your username. But it's you've got the developer role on the main Will You Snail Discord, so I assume this is you. Oops. I am. Okay, so if I end up sending this code to some random person, then it's it's not my fault. You know what? I'll send you a friend request. There we go. Hey, okay, sweet. Hello. Okay. What? It put it into a file? Discord. This is not that much text. Come on. Come on, be real. Let me try copying just the function that I changed. Maybe that'll get it to realize that it's not that big of a thing. Okay. It keeps wanting to put it into a text file. Okay, there you go. That's the function that I changed. I added comments to, I think, everywhere where I actually made an update. Nope, stop. But I guess we'll see. That should be correct if it starts with an O. Okay. Got it figured out. I don't know. I feel a little bit unsatisfied with the results, but I feel like I can say that we fixed the quantum powering issue. you know, there may be some other issues with it. Some things that maybe don't make a whole lot of sense, but are still kind of okay. But hey, I'm not too upset. Little bit unsatisfied, but not upset. Anyway, whew, I was not planning on spending 5 hours debugging Will You Snail. Schrodinger's power is officially dead. Yeah, now we just have all kinds of other issues. like like weird looking circuits that don't make sense but kind of do. Anyway, thank you everybody for watching. I have no idea when or if anything will happen with this, but thank you. No problem. It was fun. It was fun. It was a little bit brain numbing, but yeah, fun. Anyway, thank you for watching. I appreciate everybody being here. Hope to see you in the next one. But for now, see ya.